All right, let's get to it. How we doing today? How are we doing? All right. Let's get to levels here. Sorry, a little busy this morning. Just woke up to some stuff I did. Wish I wouldn't have woke up to. Thanks, Merlin. Anyway, it's all good. Boom, shakalaka. Good morning, team. A little late to get to the action today, but we do have Q. Had a feeling this play would kind of U-shape back on around to 35 after hours high, and here we go. Over 35, well, we know what this play is capable of, and we saw this yesterday run up hard. This is at 52-week high at this point in time right now, so usually generally at this point we can go back to charting and see if we can find some levels, and I would say watch over from over 35, watch for move up to around 38, and then we have over 38 area, watch for a move up to right around 45. Over 45, this play can then run to 50, and then we really start running in the $5 to $10 increments from there. This is on high watch today for the continuation and squeeze off the really good news from yesterday and after hours. Support down below is right at around 29.50 into 30. Then down below that at 26.85. And then down below that we have support right around the 24.50 area. All right, here we go. Let's get through some more levels here. All right, over to AKAN. It's continued to squeeze yesterday in through after hour. Support down below today at 59.50. Under that, watch for a crack down to 57, down to 55. Under 55, we go back down to yesterday's high in market right around 51. Under 51 down to 45 area to around the 44 area. Under 44, 45 area, watch for a crack back down to 40. Under 40 down to 36.75 area. On the way up, strong resistance right around the 60, we'll call it 66 mark. Over 65, 66, watch for a pop to after hours and pre-market high right around 72. If we get over 72, this play is going to start running in the $5 increments, probably most likely go straight to 80 in my opinion. This play has the reverse split, nasty, stupid chart that doesn't have a really lot of resistance on it. So on the way up today, the only thing I'm seeing is 70. If we get over 70, watch for the move to 85. Over 85, this can run to 100. AKAN is going to be on high watch for that move up today if we get through 73. What's up, Cosmic Rays, Aussie Chick, Daza? I feel like I have a bite or something. I'll hate it when it's like out of nowhere. Or I'm like, why does it feel like I have a bite on me somewhere? Like on my chin. Oopsies. All right, over to Sober, SOBR. We have seen Sober in the past. Did come out after hours with some news, trying to hold after hours high right around 78 to 75 cents. Under 75 cents, watch for a crack back down to 65 cents to around 64 cents. Under that, then we crack back down to pre-market low right around 57 to 58 cents. On the way up, that 97 cents, $1 whole number is going to be strong. Over that, watch for a pop to 125. Over that, then we go to 140 to 145. And then over that, we have 165 resistance for Sober. Over to Lab T, your other top gainer this morning. Again, really low floats across the board here, except for ESPR, which is a reverse split play. I wouldn't touch it. On the way up here, looking like Lab T wants to squeeze out of this wedge and flag that she's in right now. This is a newer IPO play, or at least most likely that or a name change. Has room over pre-market high today up to around the 550 mark. Over 550, this play can run to 650, close to around 7. Over that, then we move up to 780. Over 780, we go to 930. And over that, that's where this can get crazy. Lab T down below has 385 and 350 resistance. Put that over on the Discord. All right. And for other small caps, just keep your eyes on the scanners to see if we have new high of day runs from something new out of nowhere. Those would be the main tickers I'm looking at with volume and good movement charts for squeezes and good shorts as well for the small caps. I'd say right now Q is going to have the mob, but do not be surprised after Q maybe falls off a little bit here that Lab T could maybe steal the mob, say an hour from right now, or even maybe sometime right at the bell. So those would be my two favorite. Q and Lab T at the bell, AKAN also on watch. Large caps real quickly here for you guys. Just get a few of them in today. Some of these plays probably won't be that great. Well, large caps, as I alerted, SPY to 720s by end of the week, into the 725 mark before we see a traditional big pullback, and here we go. On the way down today, 719.50 support. Under that, we head down to 718.35. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low goes all the way back down to 716.75. On the way up, 722 resistance. Over that, we run to 723.50. Over 23 or 22.50, and then to 23.50. 23.50 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day squeezes up to 725. Helping out the SPY in the market, Apple, big move up. Of course, down to start off with, then up. It reminds me a lot of what Amazon did a couple days ago. So watch for this move back on down today. So if we crack back under 78.25, we're heading straight down to yesterday's high right there at the closing bell, right around 76. 276 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes all the way back down to 274.50. And I'll say we crack that and go down to 273 for ultimate low of day. On the way up, 282, strong resistance over 282. Watch for a pop to 283 to 283.50. I'll go normal high of day, pre-market high in 282.30, 282 area. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 283.50 with the move then back over that to 285 and filling that upper shadow in after hours. Freaking numbers. All right, continuing through the list here, AMD looking like it's going to be more of a sideways mover here and chop around from all-time highs right around 355 to 357. We talked about that yesterday, being dealing with the high of day. That's going to be your normal high of day again, that 355 to 357 mark. If we get through 357, the only reason I'm mentioning 357 going to after hours on Friday, and right at the end of the day, we nailed it. So 55 to 57, normal high of day, ultimate high of day squeezes all the way up to 360. On the way down today, support major at 345. Under that for your for a crack back down, a normal low of day at 45. Ultimate lows then go down to 43.50, then down to 340 for ultimate lows. Going over to B here, watch B back over to 86.70. Over 86.70, we run up to 290. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day back up to 97 area. Maybe a touch to 300. On the way down, we're trying to hold good support here. We're not quite to it yet, but 78.50 area is the good support. If we crack 78.50, we're heading down to 274. Under 274, watch for the move down to 270. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 264, 265, yesterday's low of day. Goog, complete, just massive move the last couple of days since earning. This one actually went up on earnings and continued. Support on the way down today at 378. Under 378, we head down to 375.50. Under 75.50, watch for the crack back down to 72.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low then goes down to 370, and under that down to 367.50. Ultimate lows there. On the way up today, strong resistance coming in right around 382.50 to 383. I'm going to actually go one more level up to 385, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day to that 388.50. Meta, Microsoft, channel mode, don't really like those. We are seeing MSTR break its current downtrend through pre-market today on the way up. Strong resistance is going to come into play here right where we're at now, right around 170, 150. Over 170, 150. Watch for the pop up to 173. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 173. Watch for a continuation to 175.70 this Monday's high of day. Ultimate highs there. On the way down for MSTR, we're going to have some support at 169 to 169.20. Again at 168.30. Then the best is at yesterday's high, bouncing pre-market at 166.90. 166.85, 166.90, normal high of day, normal low of day, ultimate low of day, then goes down to 165. Well, NVDA right back in the channel it came from, which the bottom of the channel is going to be right around 196, 197. The top of it being right around 202 to 203 resistance. So watch for that channel mode today, right around 197 tops, 202.50 to 203, or 197 bottoms, 202.50 to 203 tops. Continue our way through the list here, trying to get the major runners that look at least a little better today. PLTR trying to squeeze back on up. Again, more of a choppier play. I'd wait for channels and ranges to get to come into play. On the way up today, major resistance is going to come in at 145. That'd be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day runs just over 146 to about 146.50, 146.75. On the way down, support's going to come in at 141.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows at 140. Over to the Qs here for you futures traders. On the way up today, 670 is going to be some strong resistance. Watch for a pop over that to 672.50, normal high of day. 675, sticking with the theme of SPY, ultimate high of day. On the way down today, 677, some strong support, or 667, strong support. If we crack it, we're heading down to 666. That's where the good crack comes in, and we head all the way down to 664.50 for your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day through 664.50. Watch for a move down to right around 662 for your ultimate lows. And lastly here, over to Tesla for the morning. It has been a little choppier, and it still is for the most part. On the way up yesterday, pretty good move. Now we're almost at the breakout part of this channel. We got over the 382 mark yesterday. Now we got to get over 385, and especially the 386.20 mark. 86.20, normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Watch for another good barn burner move up to 387.50 to start. Then 390, ultimate highs there. Support down below at 380, normal low of day there. If we crack it, we head down to 376.50. Ultimately landed on Wednesday's high area right around 375 or so, maybe down to 374.50. Nothing right at the gate to trade at the bell. I do like movement that is going to be had today on Apple. I do like movement that's going to be had today on AMD, and I definitely like the movement that's going to be had on Google today. Those three plays, of course, all-time highs from those tickers. Now, I didn't look at Amazon, but I'll look at it. But Apple, AMD, and Google, all-time high runners here. That's where the sexy charts are coming in today. Let's see what Amazon looks like real quickly. Ooh, Amazon big green can all the way up today. Big green candle. Yeah, it's still sideways consolidation, though, for the most part on Amazon. Nothing too crazy there that I like. All right, so we'll sit back and wait, see what we get here. I have limit orders down around the 30 mark here to get filled. Quick wick out of the bell here for Q. See if we get filled on Q here. Love a quick wick dip down to the 29, 30 mark, somewhere right around there. Let's see if we get filled here. All right. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break here, team. See if we get filled here. I'll be back here in just a minute. Rocking and rolling today. Looking for a dip here on Q out of the bell. Lab T is going to be on watch too as well. Had a quick spike at the bell. So did Sober, but nothing too crazy there. So just waiting to see if we get filled on Q on the dip buy here. I'll be right back. Same there with Louis. Louis, I took some small profit when it hit up to, I was in 500 shares, so when it hit up to the 31, I was up a good amount, so I took 250, and as soon as it cracked back down below my entry price, which was right around the 29, or I think it was 30, no, my bad, 30, 29, something like that. Somewhere right around 30 was where my average price was at. So yeah, I was a little surprised that this play did not come. I thought it was going to come down. I was like, yes, this is perfect. I thought we'd minimum get 32.50 to be honest. So I'm surprised the bounce play didn't work as well to be, yeah, just surprised. Little surprised there. Little surprised. Not really getting a lot of good movement out of the bell, honestly. I really thought that play was going to work out perfectly. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I got about $1 out of it. My best exit was close to, no, it wasn't. I think it was close to $1. No, it didn't even get the 31s. Okay, let's go back to a 1 minute time frame. I thought it did get back up. Yeah, it did. Yeah, so right here out of the gate, that's where I took profit. So I got filled right here on this move down. The 30, 29 or something like that was my profit area, or my average. And then when it popped back on up here, I took profit. I thought I took profit in the 31s. And I did. Now she's looking bearish. This play may crack back down and go for more. If this gets back over 28.65, she's going to pop. But if she gets back below 27, she's going to crash. Nothing really holding up today so far. Nothing holding up today so far. Absolutely nothing holding up. Bear flag is forming here. Back over 28.60, she pops. Back under 27.50 now she drops. Spread is getting pretty big too right now. On cue. Nothing moving in the small cap. Sober with the small move. Spy with the better move. AKAN's coming down. AKAN's coming down. This play's trying to U-shape back on around here and might do it. We'll see if it gets a quick pop up. I would imagine this play is either going to get a quick pop or it's going to get a massive drop down here coming up soon for Q. Lab T not giving it to us. What's RDAC doing? Nothing today. Ardle, we'll just go back to some former runners here. Sky Q, I don't know why. I'm just going to some former runners and just not doing nothing. What was that other one? ELPW, nothing today. Just trying to think of former runners we've had. W&W was running, that ran yesterday, not doing anything today. All right, so nothing really going on today. Nothing really going on today, guys. So far, anyway. So we are trying to get a little bounce off this 20. I see this 27.50 mark. So 27.50 is the hold zone for now. But when 27.50 cracks, it's going to be a nice, good short. When this cracks, it's probably going to head straight down to 25.70, if not 25. So let's see if we get that crack right here. Man, nothing today at all. Come on, give me something on a Friday. Well, last week, don't forget, we had CHSN at the end of the day. Speaking of CHSN, where's that play at? Got all the way down to 2 cents. Last Friday was all over the place from the 1 to 3. Now today, all the way down to 2-3 cents. Oh, going for a halt down there. At least looking close to a halt down there. Whoa! There's your sell-off like I talked about. There's your sell-off right here. There's your nice, good sell-off. Nice, good sell-off right there. So I figured it would have gone down a little bit lower. Let's see if it engulfs and goes down for some more here. Man. It's a little bit slower day. I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be right back. AKAN is halted up, so we do have AKAN halted up. AKAN's halted up, so AKAN halted up here out of nowhere. Big move back on up for AKAN. Got a W shape there. We'll go see here on Zindu where exactly this play is going to resume live at. So let's go over to Zindu Melindu. Here we go, and check out the resumption price. Looks like resumption price for AKAN's going to be 63.23. 48.17 resumption time. So we'll see if we get that on AKAN. If you're looking for a dip buy on Q, I'd just be careful. We haven't had one today. We tried. We got a little profit, and then it just dumped. And it looks to dump down for more here as we continue to bear flag. But we'll see here. But this does, I would say, if you're looking for a bounce play, there's just really nothing sexy here until, there's really nothing. I don't see it because that's just the thing. This should have been the bounce, and it wasn't. So I'm a little annoyed with that area. That we did not bounce off of this 29.30, $29.50, $30 area. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that we did not bounce in there. PLTR with a nice little pop at the bell there, so it did have a nice little pop. Arms popping, AMD is popping. Hate when I get these random like bites. I'm like, where is this even from? And why has it got to be bitching like this? Got to sit back and just wait today, guys. We'll see what AKAN does. AKAN. We'll see what AKAN does. Definitely on watch, but nothing right now that I'm absolutely in love with AKAN. We are starting to form now the bear flag overall in the 3-minute time frame for Q. Is it going to do the Q ball and go in the corner pocket and dump down for some more? And we lost because we hit the Q ball in. Can be doing that. Arm nice move with the bell. Just kind of going through large caps just to see if we have anything nice here today so far. See if there's anything worthy of going over to look at. AMD's up and then right back on down. Yowza. Whoa. What else do we have here? What do we look at each day? Of course, Google, I know, is not really that great today. Microsoft, how are you? Still nothing too crazy pretty right here out of the gate. Now this play just won't do anything. MRAM's another one. That's like a multi-day runner. I could see MRAM running possibly. I can't believe Lab T didn't do anything. MRAM. That thing was, damn, that's huge out of the gate today. Yeah, this is kind of one of those weird continuation runners that we get off of earnings. I've seen this recently. B-Fly, F-Sly. Seen a lot of this here recently. But yeah, MRAM, nice good move up today. Nothing as far as where am I going to go for a bounce play. I don't really have anything built up. Somewhere right around 20 wouldn't be bad. 20, somewhere in that area. Sober's still moving. Look like it wants to hit possible new high of day as well. A little bit of support at 21.20 and 21 as well for MRAM, so that's another possible area. I'll move Apple off the board for over here. We'll go MRAM here. But that's continuation off of earnings. We've seen that so much over the past couple of months. It's just really like I brought that up on the TTP stream yesterday of just how often we're seeing plays with earnings that you typically would go earnings on this small cap play, no matter what the name of the company. It didn't matter the company. It was just like earnings, short this crap. This isn't going to hold up. New high of day for Sober. It's slow. It's steady for you slow and steady movers here. I'll go over and pull up Sober, SOBR. This one's nice and slow and steady. So if you're looking for a bounce play, back off $1 pre-market high at 96, 97 cents. Not a bad one for Aussie chicks of the world. It's got this nice slow and steady uptrend right here, up and then down. Anyway, so that's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good there. Looking pretty good potentially. AKAN is live. AKAN is live with a little bit of a gap up, bigger gap up than anticipated. So AKAN's live right now, but not bad for Sober. Again, $1 to pre-market high would be the bounce area. Potentially has a nice uptrend channel to it as well. So it's looking bullish. It's slower. It's not very volatile or violent, which is nice and makes it easier for you guys to trade it. Q is really getting on my nerve. I wanted to dump because I was actually going to maybe jump in short possibly. It's just like, just dump already, man. Apple back up to highs of the day area. Sober, slow, and steady. Watching ARM as well. ARM and a leg. What I'll probably do, just so you guys know, I forgot to talk about this yesterday, but I'll probably take Monday off, to be honest. It's just been slower and uglier. And I've been wanting to take some time off. Hopefully maybe this weekend we'll talk, or this weekend, this weekend. This summer, me and Avery can take a vacation. Hopefully we can take a vacation like we did last year. And so looking to do that too, possibly go to Florida this year. We went to Colorado last year, so Florida this year. Want to go to the beach this year. But looking to take Monday off, just so the most recent day coming up, I'm looking to take Monday off. SNDK is out. I forgot to do those in the morning alerts. That thing is just crazy mover. Crazy mover on SNDK. I don't know if I could trade that too high up for me anymore. TLIH is halted up. Okay, so out of nowhere, we have TLIH halted up. So we can take a look at it, I guess, for a minute. TLIH here halted up, kind of U-shaping here in through pre-market highs. TLIH looks like a 447 resumption. 447 for TLIH. Resumption time for TLIH should be 53.58. 53.58. New high of day for Apple. Had a feeling Apple would still run pretty good today. Google's not running that bad, but it's not as good as I thought it would be. I really thought the plays with in the 300s would be better movers. AMD was the other one, the all-time high plays, which it was a good move up and then down. Now back up again, so not too bad for AMD. Again, TLIH is halted up. Thank you there, Max. The halt resumption time should be 5-minute resumption, 53.58. 447 is what they're showing for resumption price. So a little bit of a gap up. Louis. So Louis, I am, it's not official yet, but it pretty much will be soon. I will be becoming the YouTube manager. Essentially, which I liken it to in radio, that they're called program directors. That's essentially what I'll be for their YouTube, right? So like essentially manage their YouTube, what we have going on, like I said there, but I'm obviously employed by them, but manage our YouTube. Get the content that needs to be out there, align things up a little bit, like just a lot of the stuff that you hear me do that I wish they would do. They obviously, their ears were perking and they said, man, I like what Josh is teaching and preaching. We might want to hire him for not just to stream live, but maybe have him take the reins of what we do and what we put on the air. So yeah, I'll be there. Essentially, I'll be in control of their live streams. So no, that's another reason why I'll be taking Monday off. It's been slower and uglier. I'm going to come in later in the day. I'm not taking the full day off, but I just want an extra day to sleep in. I'm going to do that a couple of times this month. We'll see how next Friday is. I may do it even next Friday, so next week, Tuesday through, but I may wait till the Friday before Memorial Day and make that a 4-day weekend. I think that's what I was going to plan on do. So take off Monday, so I have a 3-day weekend. Still come in later in the day and check in and see how things were. And then on the Friday before Memorial Day, since we have Memorial Day of Monday off, like later this month, May something, take that Friday off before it and give myself like a 4-day weekend. Do that a little bit because by the end of this month, I'll be taking on that role. And so it's not like it's going to be that much more work, but it's definitely, I've got to manage it, the time, right? And what it's not going to be that much more work. Of course, I can think a million miles an hour. And I've toned down on doing the one-on-ones. Oh yeah, I forgot it's me. My calendar, I forgot to change this morning. This morning. Is that the one? Or is it this one? Here. The one. I guess it is this one. Okay. We all perfect about it. Line it up. I think that's the one. Is that it? Oh, that goes to here. That's close enough. Yeah, that's close enough. I think. That's what she said. That's close enough. She said, yeah, it's close enough for me. It's close enough for me, honey. I said, thanks, baby. I appreciate it. You sexy little thing, you. You ain't nothing but a sexy little thing. All right, watch out for this crack here. We have candlestick confirmed right at it. This may start to sweep down a little bit lower here, so we'll see if we get some more movement down on cue ball here. We are open and live for TLIH. TLIH is up and live. TLIH is up and live. Quick wick down to 350 area. Still just not quite giving back the gains here. We're getting super close, though, here. We'll see if we get the huge sell-off coming up there. But yes, Louis. So anyone else? That's the news. So it's pretty much a done deal. I had my second meeting with them yesterday with Michael Katz and Gil, and yeah, that's one of those things that'll be probably in the next 2 weeks. As what's the timetable on this, so I can just get ready, prepared for it in like at least 2 weeks, something like that. Something by the end of the month, especially once we get into June, 100%. That'll be like my full. I say full time, but it'll be a position. AIOS halted as well. Okay, so let's just look at AIOS over here. Okay, massive gap up. That's very sketchy, but keep an eye on that right there as well.
Watch the spread.
Watch the spread. Scanner's going off. Alrighty. Let's see here. There we go. Here comes some more dumpage. Here. There goes cue ball finally dumping down a little bit. Let's see if we just wick up again or we finally crack through 26. If we get through 26, she's going to see a good sell-off. She gets through 26, she will see a good sell-off for sure. No, we're getting there. Just not wanting to crack through 26 here. Let's see if we get it. Starting to get another little sell-off through this area. Still just won't get through 26. Just not getting through 26 pickup sticks. Still going to be here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Louis, they ain't going to change the live stream. Yeah, no. Because that's what I told them, and they knew that, too. And that's why in the first meeting, they were like, hey, if you don't have to, we understand you're busy and you got a lot going on. And I was like, oh, no. I was like, let me know what there is, like what I'm going to be doing, right? And so when we went through it all and they sent me the things that I'll be doing, I'm like, oh, this is, sign me up, Jack. Essentially, yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, I told him that's what I want to be doing this, Monday through Friday, the same thing I have been doing. I don't want that to change at all for my traders that I do stream live for, right? So I got to do my morning alerts, yada, 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 yada. I can't believe this play is still not cracking back. Hit 26, I think, almost on the dot right there, and still just not pulling back. But yeah, it'll just be, really for me, it'll be like prep, like Sunday. Like Sunday, I'm going to do a lot of this stuff, you know, like my dad did, like I always talk about my dad did for the morning, like his morning show. So like my dad did, like he, he got his legal pad out. So Sunday, all day long, he was prepping stuff probably through the weekend and what he's going to talk about. A lot of the time, of course, he was, ran a sports show. Before that, it was like the Howard Stern show, essentially. But, it's caller driven. But point being, you're always thinking ahead of time. And so Sunday, I'll already be game planning and already looking ahead. Because like all the stuff that I talk about is probably one of the reasons I also wanted to, I say hire me, but, bring me on to do that an extra role. And the money's good too. That's why the other thing I told them was like, hey, the money's got to be there. If the money's not there, I'm like, okay, well, cool. This is easy. I can do this. But how much are you going to pay me? So that was definitely a key for me too as well. And the pay is really good. So I was like, yeah, sign me up, Jack. So SPY, new high of day, all-time high. SPY continuing to go here. Almost up to my 725 ultimate high of day. Almost to my 725 ultimate high of day. What's up, Saline? But yeah, there'll be stuff I kind of do ahead of time. It won't be too much day of stuff. AIOS is gapped up, another gap up, looking to halt down now. AIOS is about to halt down now. So MRAM's a little bit slower, so we'll put AIOS over here since it is fun. We are seeing a fun one right here on AIOS, so we'll go back to it. We'll put MRAM over here. Imram. Sailing girl. Sailing hopefully took advantage of a long today on the Qs there on that breakout. Because, yeah, that's just going to all-time highs. That's just going Banana Joe's for you right there on MNQ, I'm guessing, right? So I'm guessing NQ, MNQ, all those just went bananas to all-time high there. So nice good breakout, 100%. Flying at an all-time high here. Woo! She's burning. Have a Ninja Trader, you're good. Ninja Trader difficulties, huh? Ready for Cinco de Mayo next Tuesday, guys. I don't know if that's what's kind of coming out in me. A little my Mexican, my Spanish accent there. There's the bounce off 21. So we'll go back real quickly over to MRAM here. And it bounced off this area. So these are the two areas I was looking at. The bottom consolidation zone off of 20 where we kind of consolidated at and broke out from. Or the same thing, this little consolidation zone that met this upper shadow. And then, boom, the VWAP decides to ride up with it. And then not only get the bounce, but then you break this micro downtrend. And so now, boom, right back up off of it. Good bounce play actually right there for MRAM off that 21 mark. Definitely a better play for the day. Just not a big fan of the spread and how it was just not... It's got volume, but it doesn't have a ton of volume. Definitely could have gotten some profit there, though, regardless. Woo, though, better have been taking that profit quick, because holy moly Jolie, there she goes right back on down. Holy moly Jolie. How about that one? Oh, man, give us something to trade today. Almost got the $1 dip on Sober. Again, that's a slower play. Didn't quite get to even $1 there. SPY all-time high was really kind of the play of the day right here in this squeeze mode up to all-time high. Again, how high is it going to go? You just got to think, hey, trust rule of thumb. And again, my uptrend channel line is almost right at 725. So that would be kind of general rule of thumb on that, I'm still surprised Q has done what it's done today. I'm surprised it hasn't moved more. I'm honestly a little surprised it hasn't moved a little bit more. Same with AKAN from earlier. AKAN still trying to do a little something right now. I'm watching it over here on my side. It's just really illiquid volume. It's just bad. There's some big volume spikes, and then there's just none. And then it just goes back to nothing. Really ugly Friday so far. First day of the month. Kind of the last day of the month almost in a way, too, because April just ended yesterday, right? So really today, Apple's got some wheels on it. SPY's got some wheels on it for sure. Wouldn't mind even taking a bounce play on SPY back down off of 722, 722.50 here if it ever comes down to it. Maybe this gets a W shape and we get the breakout here on Q ball. Maybe we start turning into a halt gapper. We'll see. We'll see here. See if he gets back through the VWAP. That's been the key here so far on cue ball. Cue ball, the key has been the VWAP here, the VWAP area. I'm pretty much about break even on the day with that one cue bounce play we attempted there off the opening bell. I'm glad I took profit when it hit in the 31s because I was in 500 shares. I was like, well, hold on a sec, team. Oh my God. Hold on a sec, guys. Motherfucker. All right, back. Sorry about that. Merlin, not. I think I'm just smelling it. I think I wash my hands. Let me go wash my hands again. I'm just to make sure. Definitely good. Anywho, Merlin's not feeling good. He ate some anyway, not feeling good this morning, so he threw up this morning. So I had to clean that up, and that's again why I took it was a mess. And I mean Friday anyway. A lot of the time I'm slow getting in here just because it's Friday. I'm like, well, whatever. And I was like, that put me behind X amount of minutes already. And then so point me when I just heard anyway. So he's not feeling good. Well, we came back in earlier, and I shouldn't have let him get a lot of water, but he got a lot of water. So what happens when you get a lot of water when you're not feeling good? Like say when you're sick, and you're I'm so thirsty, I'm so thirsty, and you drink a ton of water, you throw it up. You shouldn't. Like where else they drink, and anyway, like I remember just even recently when Avery was not sick or whatever, and I was like, it happened to her, and I was like, don't drink fast. Remember, slow down, sip it. Anyway, I shouldn't let him get all that water, and yeah, that's what I heard. I just heard literally it hitting the floor out there. You can tell the sound of a throw up, and then B when liquid hits like hardwood floor. You're like, oh good God, yucky, flucky, sucky sauce there. Anyway, so dealing with that. SPY though, nice good move up to all-time high. Small caps, gee golly, could we get some movement? Not bad, I guess, from Q for the day. It just really never gave us a good bounce area. I can kind of see a sandwich area right here, like I said, at 27.50-ish or so. But it's really coming down to 26 and bouncing. Kind of built this little W shape, I guess, on the 26 mark. But just not moving that fluid. Got a little move here from TLIH. AKAN's taking off. Okay, so AKAN is moving up into the 70s. So 70 right now, AKAN is halted up. So I'm going to get away from... what should I get away from here? I'm going to go get rid of AIOS because that's nasty, right? We'll go to AKAN. AKAN, this is at that 72.90 pre-market high. So again, it is halted up. We do have resumption time at 15:22, 72.51 gap up. I wish this play would really like gap up. Like go. Nice little consolidation here earlier on this morning down at the bottom here, right around the 55, 54.50 mark. And I think I talked about that for a bounce play off AKAN, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right through this year. I think I mentioned that area to get a bounce play in my morning alerts, and that's really coming into play today. Nice. I mean, a bounce play back at 67, 66.50 would be sexy if we could get it. So we'll see if we get a pullback. Today's pullbacks are brought to you by 62 down to 5. So essentially $7 pullback is what we're looking for. Somewhere in there for a 7. I know this one was bigger, 66. So that one's more around 10. This one's right around 66 to 59. So 7. So 7 for sure. And that's right where we're at right about now. And then, of course, 10 would make it a bigger pullback. So that's still good if we get a little pop out of the bell, or out of the halt or gap up here. Whatever, resumption regardless when we go live. 67 area would be sexy, though. 67 into 66. Apple new high of day. Apple new high of day. Apple new high of day. All-time highs for Apple. Barn burning up today. Good move there. Watching AKAN. See if we get a dip buy possibly out of it. Resumption time. 15:22 for AKAN. AKAN. AIOS, if you are watching it, is 16:16. as it's in a 10-minute halt the Rooney. MRAM still holding up. Watching to see if he gets back over 22. Still watching sober as well. Not my favorite of charts to want to trade, but they are moving nicely. See if we can get a bounce play off AKAN. Q, really lackluster type of day. Really a little annoyed with it. Making pretty much nothing off of it today. And I really thought yesterday in after hours, I was going, oh, this is going to give us either a good short today, which was a good one out of the bell. There's a good sell-off there. You know, people taking profit. Got it good. I thought I was going to give us something special, honestly, today. So I'm a little annoyed with cue ball there. But that's a cue ball for you, right? I mean, come on. It's a cue ball. It's boring. It's white-ish, olive-y color. I don't know what color you'd call it. Not olive. What would you call it? Not olive. What color would you call a cream color? Or cream colory, for sure. Creamy. All right, AKAN. Less than a minute to resumption time. I'm on a banger. I've been getting bangers since last Thursday. Maybe it was just a week stretch of getting bangers because yesterday I didn't get a trade in. Today, break even. I thought we were nailing it too. I'll just go back to this in a 1 minute time frame real quickly. Right here out of the gate, when we came down, got filled, and it was coming up, and this candle turned green for us. Yeah, I thought that's what happened. Yeah, we came down, got filled. I thought this. Yeah. I remember taking some profit. I was like, I thought I hit like 31.50. And I was like, all right, take some profit. Because I think my sell was because the spread was like 31.20. But anyway, this turned green. I thought it was a boom, bam, here we go, ma'am, right? And I think this was even in this candle. I'm like, okay, no, here we go now. And I thought in this candle, we were about to rib. I just thought we nailed it on that little lower shadow right there, to be completely honest. I'm like, no, don't do. And then even here, I'm like, I got filled a little bit more because I had orders a little bit lower. Then we ramped up here. And I was like, oh, here we go now. And then as soon as this started coming back down, I was like, I better start taking some profit. I remember taking a little bit here, and then as soon as this cracked through the VWAP, I got out. And it cracked so fast with the spread, that's where then I went to almost break even. AKAN is live. AKAN is live. AKAN. But yeah, it gave us the old middle finger today, did Cue Ball. Cue Ball gave us the big old middle finger and said, yeah, fuck you guys. You ain't getting shit. You ain't getting nothing from me. Well, 67 was hit. 67 was hit there. The low was 67 on the dot. Didn't have orders in. And this play is really, the spread there was worrisome. I haven't pulled this up until it's now live. That spread is big on AKAN. So I don't know if I'd want to take that bounce play. Honestly, to be honest, I would want this play to break out. That spread is really scary. Spread's not too bad on Q. There is a spread, but the spread on it is 15, 20 cents. So not too bad. The spread on AKAN is $1. It gets bigger than $1 at times. Sometimes it lightens to about 50 cents or so, but it's $1 almost nonstop, 80 cents, and that's sucky to trade. And then it gets up to over $1, $2 at times. Yow. So just be careful trading AKAN. I'm going to probably not mock that off the list. I thought maybe I'd want to trade it until it went live. Looking at this level too, it's $1 almost all the time. If not $1.30, $40, $50, $2. It doesn't tighten up a little bit below $1 here and there to like 80 cents. But yeah, I'd be careful trading that. I would be like right now 68.38 is the now 68.50 is the bid, 70 is the ask. Anyway, now it's tightened up 69 anyway. So it gets to 50 cents is about as tight as I've seen it, somewhere in that area. And then it goes right back to $1. So just be careful trading AKAN. You think you got a good price for an entry, and then you don't. What the hell? I got filled here. And then if you do get filled and then trying to get out of this trade because of that dollar spread, good fucking luck. Today has given us a bunch of shit. Cue Ball is the one I really, and I still will say, hey, we had CHS in that. I mean, again, that was kind of out of nowhere last Friday, but had some bangers from last Thursday into Wednesday, and now finally, last 2 days here, giving us a little bit of the ugliness. This morning, the live show so fun. I don't know what happened. That used to happen. It seemed like more often there for a while. I don't know if it was OBS, but I think it was when I was still on Tradecaster, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was. But to get my live stream up and going, and some mornings what I do, like this morning when I had something to do, I'll get my live stream up and going, and I'm like, oh, like today, I was already a little bit behind, and then I did, I got to clean this up, and so like, well, I'll get the live stream up first, and so I'll get the live stream up, and then I'll move away from the computer in the office I'll go leave right back out of it, and so I did that and came back in, and I was like, what the hell happened to the stream? What the hell? But that used to happen. I swear it seemed like once a week or something on Tradecaster. Sober still slowly moving, meandering. We are slowing down. It just could not really get over 22 for MRAM. Cue ball being a a piece of crap. We are bouncing off the 67 mark here. We got that. We called it out. Now I don't know if we would have gotten filled, to be honest, because of the spread with the limit orders. But at least we called out the good bounce area on MRAM. Not MRAM, but AKAN. AKAN 67 was the dip. Would not have probably been filled because of how big that spread is. Like right now, 71 and 71.99. That's the spread. Right now, the tight, I just got a little tight again. It's right around 50 cents. 72.50 to 75. Now it's back to $1. 72, 73. Anyway, so here's the level. Like, look at that. Look at this. I mean, so again, would we have been filled there? Probably not, because the spread was $1. So you would have had to really just market order in and take a kind of a shit entry, and then now you're finally up about 3 points, and you can take some profit as it's hitting the 70 mark or so. Cue ball. Look at this. Oh, what a dud for the day. What a dud. Dudn't it? Not a stud day. Stud or dud? This is more of a dud. SPY looking like it wants to rip and squeeze and go for more. Now, I did have 725 as my ultimate high of day. We do have upper VWAP band, 725 on the dot, flattening out. Looking pretty good there for the move today. I like that on the SPY. Again, bounce play would be good back down off of the pre-market high, 722 area. I just don't know that it's going to give. It may continue to squeeze and give us just a barn burner Friday here. Halted back up is AIOS. Just be careful trading that. Again, spread, halts, and gaps, which I guess isn't bad if you get the gap ups. Like right now, AIOS, if you would have jumped in, we're not getting much of a... we are getting good... No, we didn't even gap down off that halt down. So yeah, that's the thing. Trying to predict the halts and gaps up here is not so predictable, in my opinion, on AIOS. AKAN's volume, again, kind of getting a little bit erratic. Got a small bounce there off the 77 mark. Could have taken a little profit, about 3. Finally, if you would have gotten filled, which you wouldn't have gotten filled at 67, I should say, it would have been like 68 to low 68s entry. I didn't really see anything in the 67s as it was hitting it there. See if we're missing anything here. Not really. Sears, that's off of earnings, had a little spike at the bell. Not Sears, the company, but Sears, CERS. CERS has a little bit of volume today. Nice little small little 20% spike. Yeah, the other one, WTO, that was up this morning, not up. I know someone mentioned Team earlier. It was Mo Alley, possibly. Everything that was up is down now. Anything that made a move up today, it's on the top gainers board. I'm not seeing anything. Boom was another one that was up this morning. It's still holding up a little bit. Boom it has it's off earnings as well. Woo! I was really hoping today we'd get something. I honestly, yesterday in after hours, I almost traded Q in after hours. Yeah, just leave it alone. Wait till today. And oh boy, I wish I would have. This breakout was the best trade to me of the day was the breakout right here. Now again, anticipate a sell off at the bell. True. Could have gotten that short right here, but this breakout, I mean, the consolidation, go to even a 3-minute time frame, especially or 5, even in a 1, you can see it right here, how tight that was getting in the breakout of this area, taking that move up. Again, limit orders in pre-market would have been a little hard to trade that, I get it, but man, that breakout right there was really nice. Still trying to hold here. AKAN maybe popping a new high of day here, potentially. It just still isn't giving you the gap halt gap movement, unfortunately. Sober popping back up to the high of day area. Again, the bounce play came down to 103. I told you guys to look out for $1 into around the 97-cent mark. So off there about by 3 to 6 cents. This damn cue ball, I mean, just can't figure out where it wants to go today. That's what I'm like, what are traders doing with this? It's like, it's just sitting there thinking I had to clean up the last round to throw up. Like, what is going on with this ticker? Like, what are traders trading in this? What are we doing? I want to get one of these boomer plays that just right now we're not getting it. The bounce at 67 wasn't bad. Again, it wouldn't have gotten filled there because of the spread, but just good to see that. I like the next flat plat we're building right now. So again, could look to possibly get filled again off the 73.75 mark, right? Pre-market high here also as well, right around that 73 mark. So this can squeeze and go for more. I don't know that it's going to. That upper VWAP band is not giving it much room to run here, AKAN. Upper and lower VWAP band pretty flat and set on TLIH as well. Another play that halted up earlier and had a little bit of fun. Was a double halt up, I think, possibly. Yep. Led to a bit of a sell-off and then a little bit of movement that's now turned into just sleepy medicine, so to speak. I mean, a bounce play at 26, maybe a possibility there on cue ball. I mean, honestly, that's about the only thing you could say, possibly on cue could go for a bounce play there at 26. It's really held up today at that mid to low 26 mark, so that'd be another one to potentially look at for a bounce play. Any questions you guys have? Anybody at all? Louis, Max, Aussie Chick, Nath, anybody from earlier, Moali, Daza Good, and yep. Unfortunately, Q did not give us MNQ. You want like levels on it, MNQ? Are you going to trade it? Good boss. I mean, NQ. What about are you trading NQ? We're now trading NQ now, Saline Girl? Yeah, I'd be looking for a bounce right here. Right here, Saline Girl. Now, if you want to go off the 28 mark right through this area, I like it. But this area just to me is prettier. Yeah, this area right here. Right there. This right here. That's the same area on the SPY that I like. That's the same area on the SPY that I like back at, what's that, 722. So that would be it. It's just in a really tight consolidation zone right now, you can see. So, or we'll SPY, kind of the same thing, but this would be the area I'd be looking for right around 722. So on the Qs, it would be right here, right around 27,750. 27,750. Yeah, Nath, can you see Shop Chart? It has earnings next week. Yeah, sure. Shopify. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Nice spike today, kind of channeling to the top side there. Yeah, wow, look at this though, Nath. Right here back into the high from this Tuesday, I should say, of 127.30, and that's the high also from Wednesday before last, or a couple of Wednesdays ago. So that's the key. That's make or break over that 27.35, 27.30 mark. If we get through that, we're most likely going to leg our way right up to here, right around 128.75. Makes sense. 875 roll, and then mostly move through the 130 mark, just a hair though. That's going to be your key area for a long. Now, overall, just look at the 4 hour to kind of come back into a grand scheme of things. We are on this little higher low pattern with then that potential to move back up to this area. And that's going to be the key make or break, 135, 136, as you can see. Over that, then we're going to surge to 144, 145. And then this is just yells at everybody down at 108, 105, 110. This area right through here is where you'd go for the bounce play. So if you're looking for a long to add in for this play, I'd go right through here, bud. Now, it could squeeze and go up and hit this and then go for more. So if you want to like add in, just get in now, and this is another add-in spot if it's maybe bad. But the crack zone would then be back under this little, almost inverse head and shoulders that we're forming, right? Whoopsies. Right here, shoulder, head. So back below this 120 mark, and then boom, then we're back down here. Woo! AKAN, new high of day. There goes that squeeze. So she continues to climb. Honestly, at this point, even back down at 67, putting some orders in at this area. I know it's a little bit lower volume and the bigger spread, but that would be a good area right through this area, right around 67 or so. Maybe go a little bit lower and still put orders at, say, 68, 67, 66. That is definitely a nice bounce area for AKAN. Trying to hold the bottoms here. Halt strategy actually working out as slow as this play kind of became in the end. Look at the first halt up here at 335. I talk about the first halt's always good for a bounce. Came right to 335, 340 area, and we're moving right up off of it. You got it. MRAM back through 22 finally. Not much of a pop on MRAM, but it is moving up on a higher low pattern. Boy, today is just a little lower volume, not the prettiest overall for small caps again. Large caps, not that they're great. We do have Apple and SPY hitting all-time high, which is really nice. Really, really nice. Tesla hitting back up, new high of day. NVDA down. Just go through the list here to see if I see anything. MSTR up today. Talked about that. Maybe possible continue the movement up there for the downtrend break. The Bitcoiners. Nice, good move for MSTR on the way up today as well. MSTR's built up a lot of good old resistance, new support. These are the charts you love to see. I mean, I love how this play. I was really eyeing this for a bounce play if it came down a little bit lower. I guess 2670 is really where a lot of the support's in at, but of course it would do that to me. I was going to just market order in. Let's go over here to MSTR. Love charts that look like this on the daily. Now, didn't you get these every day? Yeah, usually not. Gorgeous. Old resistance, new support. Old resistance, new support. Now, again, you can't continue to climb up and do that. It is starting to look a little heavy here. That chart is really nice on the way up today. I like some MSTR. That's really pretty. Meta. Whoa. Meta looks like a barcode ticker today. AIOS is finally live. AIOS finally live here with a pretty good sized gap up. So AIOS, pretty good sized gap up there from 14 all the way up to around 1485. I wish this would run up to 16 again. 1680. I would trade AIOS just to say, hey, it's on a Friday. I got a great short last Friday on CHSN. So AIOS, let's see if this could maybe make its way back up to that 1650 mark. There it goes, new high. Yeah, halt up. Yeah, I want to get the gap down. So I want to wait for this to halt down. Hopefully this gap's up here, or I should say halts up here. It looks like we're about to halt up. So AIOS, yeah, great. I want to get that first because when we moved up to new highs on AIOS, every time we make a new high or challenge this area, the first red candle comes down and we get good movement. So I'm going to see if we don't get that on AIOS here. We are halted up. Looks like, oh, wow, maybe should have went long. 1837 for AIOS is the gap up price right now, resumption price. So let's see if we do get that. I hope we do. I hope. Oh, let's get this off. I thought we were looking at it together. No, we're not. AIOS here. Let's just get stupid cue ball off the radar here. We're going to go with AIOS up top. We'll go to cue ball right here. AIOS halted up here. And see this one I mean, see the move down off that first red candle. And this one even led to a gap down and another move down. If this gap's up, we're looking pretty sexy here for a good short incoming. Out showing 18, sure. Anywhere in the 18, anything higher, I don't care. Just 18 or higher would be great. TLI, that was one. What was it? TLIH. TLIH. We'll put that one on watch over here. Still holding. Not bad. All right. Any questions you guys have? Don't forget. Friday. It is Friday. Friday, May 1st. Most likely. We'll see what we have throughout the rest of the day. Now, maybe we have something go crazy today. And I'm like, man, I don't want to miss Monday. Maybe I'll just take next Friday off, for a 3-day weekend. Next Friday and next week, whatever. We do have AKAN, new high of day. So AKAN now off that 67 area, now swept up to new high here to 68. It's not as pretty as we'd like. Again, I don't know if anyone even went for that. The spread's nasty. Probably wouldn't have been filled unless you market ordered in. I don't know if anyone had a limit order up high enough because the spread's $1, so you had to have it somewhere right around 68 to even get it. SPY now finally getting that sell off right at my ultimate high of day, almost on the dot, nailing my uptrend line at 724.85, 725 was my ultimate high of day. I'd be looking for a 722 bounce on the SPY. Let's see what we get here from AIOS. 18 on the dot, still showing as resumption price times 3609. 3609. Any questions you guys have at all? Anything, guys? Anything at all, you got it, baby. Amazon rolling today. Amazon rolling today. It was huge over that 266 mark. Oh, Annette, I just now noticed that. That would have been huge. What is today? Okay, that's right. Oh, it's just in the general. Okay, general chat. There it is. There it is. Woo. So over on the Discord for Trade the Pool, Annette asked me yesterday about Amazon, things for putting on my radar and the earnings and watch for a dip buy back up. And I said, I replied to her about, she wanted to hold it. And I said, over 266, I like it. Should see back up to 274, then 277. Look where Amazon went to today. Over, and I should have traded this. And I called this out, 266. Ran into 266 yesterday, failed. Hit it this morning, failed. Candlestick confirmation here, could have got in at 266.30. Guys, OMFNG. And I said it goes to 270. Look at, gosh, I should have traded that. On options, that would have been absolutely banana freaking Joe's. Banana Joe's. Dang it. Ah. Dang it. Good job, got the bounce on sober. It's slowing down a little bit. Hang in with that one though. Hang in with it. This play right here. Q today getting on my nerves. SPY really coming down hard now. SPY really coming down hard. Kind of worries me to take the bounce at 722 now, but watch for a bounce off this 722.50 mark. Even down to 722, could see the dip buy for the SPY. I would go with 722, but 722.50, if it bounces here, that is going to be the hold up spot. So it's going to be, and I almost said that to you, sailing, there was that resistance from above on NQ. If you remember that, there was like a top resistance area. That's going to try to hold up at first. I just like this area a little bit better. AIOS, I really want to trade this for the halt strategy here. Resumption time, 4109. 4109. Yes, Louis, yes, I want to trade AIOS for sure. I want to trade AIOS for sure. So I'm waiting to see this go live. Would love to short it. 4109. I really, to be honest, want this to go for one more halt up. I want it to gap up to 18, kind of sputter around for a minute, and then whoop, right up into another halt up. I really wish it would do what it did here. Gap up and immediately just go. Because the higher this goes, the more it gaps up and goes, the bigger the short's going to be on the way down. Usually. guess it's a plane flying above. Yeah, I guess. It just sounds so faint that it's not really moving. Like it sounds like it's like at the same distance over and over and over. All right, let's see if we get the 10-minute resumption here. AIOS. Let's go to most of these. Have been 10 minutes today, it seems like overall. Yeah, so most of these have been 10 minutes, so we should for sure be going live at 41. Looking at 31 up here. 4108, 4109, 4109, 4109 resumption time. 4109. MSDR still holding that old resistance new support at 175 really well too as well, back in the 176s. All right, let's see what we get here. Should be, again, about a minute away. Yeah, 4109, so we got about a minute left here on AIOS. There's the bounce play. It didn't quite come down to my area. I don't know if you got filled there, Saline Girl, but that was the area I liked the most. On the SPY, and please, AIOS, go for another halt up. Go straight into another halt up. All right. Now it's showing 1829 resumption price. Oh, please go for another gap up or halt up. Come on. Give it to me, baby. Big gap up. There we go. Yeah, go. Halt up again. Oh, no. Now it's all over the place. Not what I want to see. Not what I want to see. At all. Go to another halt up. Go. Go up. Go up. Go. Don't do this, though. This is not what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to go straight into a halt up or go straight into a halt down. And I have my hands, or my it's right on the sell trigger. And what was the play that did this yesterday that I think we were getting ready to fire away, and it just never, right when I was ready to trade it, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. You piece of shit, you. And that's such a huge upper and lower shadow, so it's going to stay range bound into that now. That's gonna stay range, right? So, right, even into 3, thank gosh that closed too as well. But it's probably going to chop around this upper and lower shadow, which is not what you want. That's why I want it to go through and make new highs now. It's got to. If we want to take a good short on it, we don't want to come back down into this. We want it to go up and rip. Rip NATO, baby. Come on, rip NATO. There it is. There it is, new high of day. Come on, we need it to go for like go, go, go. Now it's hitting the LULD. Hitting the LULD. Hitting the LULD right here, guys. Hitting the LULD. See if we get the halt up right here. Should be coming in any minute now. 3, 2, 1. Halted up. All right, there we go. AIOS halted up. Let's see if we get a gap up here. We want a huge gap up. The bigger the gap up, the better. The bigger the gap up, the better. Yes, this is what we want, Louis. This is exactly what we want. We just like, go, 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 because it's so sketchy in there. And it's like, okay, well, if you want it to go, once you go long, well, I don't know it's going to go. It might immediately reverse, come right back down and halt down. And so I'm like, no, we want it to go. The higher this goes, the higher the probability, and the more gap ups we get, that we'll get the first halt down and a good gap down. EUDA was a great example of that yesterday. We traded, what was that? RDAC. RDAC was the one that wasn't, that was the one, I think it was another one. RDAC was the one we did trade yesterday and actually was yes, no, it was the day before. That was Wednesday. Wednesday was our last good day. That's right. That's right, because we got, RDAC was a banger for me, about 900. Could have been way more as I got in at 10. It went to 25. And then Max and some of you guys killed EUDA, whether it was on the way up or way down. Oh, yeah, Louis, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to go check, because this is going to be another 10-minute halt. I'm going to go check on Merlin. I've left him outside, because I'm like, you're not drinking water, and you're out throwing up again. This is 2 throw. I'm not doing 3. I'm not, 3 strikes, you're out, bro. I don't even want to do that. So let me go check on him. He's outside. He's probably, it's a beautiful day out there. 58 degrees. He's just like, man, this feels so good. Poor kid doesn't feel good, so he's probably hot, so being outside probably feels good. Let me go check on him. We are halted up at 42.49. Most likely, resumption time is going to be 52.49. But right now, if it is a 5-minute, 47.49. I'll be right back. All right, he's back in the office with me now. He says, let me come in, Dad. Please. All right, showing last time it was on the money, right around on the money where it opened. No, open price was here. Open was 1863. So it's a little bit off. It's at 18. I think it was going up at the end, but it was pretty much on. It was off. But so let's see. This one's showing 21.31. So maybe we get the gap up to say like 21.50. 21.60 at most, maybe possibly. We'll see though. Right now it's showing 21.30. Last time it opened up about 20-30 cents above what it said it would, but it's showing 21.31 right now. Stock in the short, 100%. Well, Lou, you keep throwing those numbers out there, it might keep getting to them. You said 1864, opened up right at 1864. 1863. That's funny. Oh, saline. I don't know that you got field saline, but I called out the bounce play. 722. Beautiful. Oh, yay. And look, right as I said that, tell me I don't have crazy intuition. Like my intuition, like it's crazy. Like I said that, and here you are, you're literally typing and entering when I'm like hoping, I'm saying, I hope you got in. Now, saline, if you get over 23.30, this play is going to go Banana Joe's. It's going to go Banana Joe's for you. We'll see if we go live at 47.49. 47.49. 47.49. Perfect bounce there on the SPY. Absolutely beautiful bounce there on the SPY. Oh, spot, or right here, we got AOS open, 5-minute resumption, halted, gap down. Gap down here. What is going on? Whoa, this play is all over the place here. All over the place. All over the place right here. All right, whatever. We'll see what we get here. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Halted up again. Halted up again. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. See if we get our first gap down. Halt down is what I'm waiting for. Halt down. It touched where you said, wow, yeah, it touched. You're making it sound all creepy over there. Boom. Maybe I should trade futures, huh? Maybe I should trade futures, huh? Damn, I'm a killer. Killer on these charts. There you go, baby girl. Hopefully you got at least like 50 points out of this, and hopefully you're still in. Hopefully you got at least 50 points out of it. You know, back up to 27.8. Love it. That's beautiful. It's having trouble, and that's what I'm saying. SPY, we get through this 23.30 mark. I'm watching the SPY. We candlestick confirm above that and go through that. You're going to be barn burning. You're going to be barn burning. You're going to have a 100-point move on your hand. All right, so no point to trust the LULD anymore, but we did halt up at 48.32. 48.32 is a halt up time. 53.32 would be the 5-minute resumption. 10 would be 58.32. And as you know, man, that's a lot of movement going on here on AIOS. I really want to get that first. At the higher this goes to me, the better. I want to get that first halt down. When it first halts down, I don't see how we don't get a good gap down because there'll probably be so many people selling at that point, and then they're gonna have to match up the orders, the ask, the bid. It's gonna be nasty. Is my point. Let me go help Avery real quickly just to make sure she's good. Because again, how long? I got till 53. I got 3 minutes. Hold on. All right. Dang, MSTR new high of day. Beautiful move from MSTR. There goes the move down from to 26 finally right there, and actually would have gotten filled. God, you know, that kind of hurts the heart. This one's just really hurting the heart today, honestly, cue ball. Should have put an order in. I honestly should have just put an order in at like 26.20, 26.07. Would have hit 26.20. I guess that was a low, so I don't know if, again, would have been filled there, actually. But, man, beautiful bounce back on up. Now $1 out of it. And, again, not a lot, but still, again, you go in 500 shares, you're going 1,000 shares. You know, that's $500. It's $1,000. You know, I know you're would be scaling out, but that's the one thing about these. They move so quickly, you get $1 out, and that's why I do like AKANs of the world. You know, the spread sucks, but again, you can get 2-3 points out of them, you know, depending on if you find the correct area or not. So that is the one thing I would say. The normal small cap, run-of-the-mill $1, $2, $3, $4 plays, they're just not really doing much for you. But the Qs, the AKANs, the AIOSs, the EUTAs, the RDAX, whatever of the world, are really, you know, providing for some dollars, some movement, some big time movement too. Let's just go over to, I'll go back to it. We'll stop watching. Oh man, which one do we stop watching? Let's see here. We got 53.32 coming up. But point being, let's just say TLIH is moving. So TLIH is a nice move there. Again, off that 345-ish area. It didn't go as quite low this time, but did pop back up actually through the fours to 425, 430 area. So TLIH actually the better small cap mover of the day. All right, here we go for more. We're going for more here. Going for more here. Going for another halt up possibly. Keep going. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go. 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 This might hit the 30s now. This might, or what'd you just say earlier? It's gonna go to Louis. Louis kind of got this thing going today. It's gonna go to 27.96. It's gonna go to 28 essentially. It may gap up to 28 as how strong that candle was right there. We'll see what we get on the gap up here. That one gapped up to 23-ish and just went for more. Let's see, Louis has 174%. What's yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, oh my gosh. So AIOS? Okay, I'm behind on the scanner. That's why. The scanner's behind. I was like, what? So AIOS, this is the one we're looking at. I was like, oh yes, this is hitting high of day. MSTR, let's go back to this real quickly. So 53.50, so we're having some 5-minute resumptions now all of a sudden. So 58.56 would be resumption price. MSTR and NQ may be popping here soon here, Saline. MSTR here, what a move today. Hell, old resistance, new support, beautiful. Old resistance, new support, beautiful. Okay, I know what's going on here. Hold on. All right. We're still doing this yet again is what I was going to bring up here before I end it off of this. Look at this. Old resistance, new support. This is, do we get this every day? No. You know, I get asked that like in the, where traders are, you know, trying to do the bounce plays and, well, why didn't this one? I'm like, I wish all of them would do this. This is technical sound setup. This is what I wish every day we would get this kind of a setup. Oh, guys, here we go. Like you could see off the first flag and maybe we do it here. So, okay, off the next flag, let's go, you know, let's go off of this area and look for support. And how many times you could have gotten filled there and just got in, out, and whatever, and then held some for some more runners there. That's beautiful. So we'll see if how big of a gap up we get here on AIOS. So AIOS here is halted up. 53.56 resumption time could be, if it's 5 minutes, 58.56. Stopped out for 34-point profit and pullback and zone again. Okay, cool. Well, it's setting up in a tight flag. So I'll tell you this, Saline Girl. It's either going to have a big pullback down and it's going to form an overall really big head and shoulders right there, or we're going to squeeze and pop back on up and keep this higher low pattern. So two things, it's going to be one or the other. You're either going to get a big pullback down or it's going to be a squeeze and go. Let's see here if we go live on AIOS 53.56 would be 58.56. So you can see my my time right here in the top left hand corner. We're getting close to about 10 seconds out. And again, I wish you'd go to a 10-minute halt. Start to scare some traders here. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, start to scare the longs. I think maybe, do you think they do that? I wonder sometimes. You know, like, I mean, I say that, but maybe that's the game plan and how it's set in. Or that it's like algorithmic AI done anymore. And so I don't, anyway, it just feels like market makers sometimes can go like, oh, okay, let's really fuck with them. Let's go 10 minutes here. Maybe we go to 20 minutes. Really, and hey, the longer the better here because of how high up it is. It's going to start to scare and shake out longs, and then we're going to get that first move down, and that's what we're looking for, that big gap down. Yeah, Louis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's definitely what the longs are saying right now. They're going, oh, no. Oh, boy. Not good. All right. Well, so we're just moving into a downtrend. Cue ball here again, not bad bounce there at that that low 26 mark that we talked about. Back on up to 28 now. It's definitely slow though. SPY finally starting to see a little bit of a coil over here. I'm saying we could be forming that head and shoulders there, Saline. Anyone that is looking for the long or short, like I said, this could start to curl on over there. It's looking like it's going to. 10-minute resumption on AIOS is going to be 0356. 0356. Bum, 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 bum. Relax, you're being a good girl. Oh, good. Stop there. There. Say, here it comes. I told you. Here it comes. It just looks like that head and shoulders was starting to form there, Saline. Not that they always work out, but a lot of time when you see that really pronounced head and shoulders, it won't maybe come all the way back down to 720, 75 right out of the gate, but you will see some more movement probably back down into 722. Now, there will be traders trying to gather up some shares at 722. I promise you that. So there are going to be people trying to get long here again at this area 100. So you'll probably see another small bounce in that area. What do we got here, AIOS? Are we going to go live? 0356. 0356. I would imagine we get probably another gap up like before. We've been seeing nothing major, just like a dollar. We've been seeing dollar gap ups, right? So I'd imagine that the biggest one today, I think it was this one, right at this random, red to green move where we halt up here right around 1180, and open up all the way up here at around 1350. And so that was the biggest one of the day, a little over $1.50, about $1.70 right there, $1.50, 70, whatever. That was the biggest one of the day. I think this was a pretty good size one too, 1440 or so down there, and that was about $1. So that all been about $1. Nothing more than $1, more than $2, we should say. So in the dollar range, I would imagine we have another one of those right here after all that buying that just came in. Would be a minute from right now, right around a minute from now. Man, oh, man, oh. What moves today? That's like I said, it's the one thing we've been seeing in small cap sector. Like when we do the week recap today with Steve, that's definitely what we're going to be talking about for the small caps. Holy banana Jolie. That'll be my new one. Instead of that's a new one. Holy banana Jolie. I don't know. We're moving, though. Getting some crazy moves. Let's get that move to 27. I like it. Again, I'm going to look for that first halt down here. The first halt down here. All right, let's see if we get it. Going for maybe another move to 27. Here it comes, 27. Gonna halt up again. Good gosh almighty. This is crazy right here. Love it. This is nuts. All right, so halt it up again. Another halt up. Jeez. Just keeps going. This is good, though, for us in the shorts. This is good for the shorts. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm all for it. It's like you have to sit here and wait for a... like, wait. I'm just at the airport. Yeah, I'm waiting for my plane. Just waiting. Just waiting. Well, in further news, me and Avery will be having some Arby's today, like some old people. Old people, it just seems like that's what they love, some Arby's. I love some Arby's. Avery just got the craving, the hankering for it the other day. It was so funny. I want Arby's. I'll get you some. I will get you some, don't worry. Oh, anyway, any questions? What size you going in on with the eventual death drop on AIOS? Probably do 500 shares. Probably do 500 shares. AKAN still rolling, though. AKAN still holding its gains. AKAN holding its gains. SPY still trying to hold that 722 mark. Like I said, that was going to be the best area for another dip by there, Saline. And it's trying to hold that, but it's still just looking at head and shoulders slowly trying to work itself back out like it did earlier down to that 721 mark or so. All right, so It would be 0925 for a 5-minute resumption. 0925. I'm very dreaming. Dun, 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 these eyes. Like all the random songs that get in my freaking head. Damn, what a move there. That piece of shit. Oh, man, I got my freaking... I knew I wasn't logged in still. I was like, what happened to my trade the pool? It wasn't up still. Let me get this pulled back up. Get in now, team. Get in now. Here she goes. Get in now. Get in now. Get in now. Oh, yeah. Did anyone get filled? Anyone get filled there? Let's see if we have a huge gap down now. These eyes. Oh, man, look at freaking Q. 20's, God, that bounce play now. $3. Damn it, that was perfect. All right, 24. I got the weird entry of 24.21. They always give you the bid there. So 24.21 was where I got filled at. 24.21. I got 24.21 on Trade the Pool. See if we get the gap down here. These eyes. Look, Louie. 27.96 at 27.51. So essentially ran right to that 200% mark. The bounce play on Q is what's really pissing me off right now. Dang it. I should have traded that. That would have been a good, easy mover right there. That was perfect. These eyes have never had a hit with you. Something like that. I never remember the lyrics. I never. All right, let's see if we get a 5-minute resumption. Would be 14:51. It's showing 50, but I'm showing 51 for resumption and halt time. So that sometimes it doesn't give that one extra second for whatever reason. I don't know why there, but it's all good. Regardless, essentially right around 14:50. 14:50. Lock up half. As soon as this goes live, lock up half. Lock up half as soon as this goes live, all right? Did anyone else get filled? Is Max still around? Is anyone else still around? Saline? Aussie Chick can't trade it. No, Saline couldn't either. I don't know if anyone's still around actually to trade this with us. I don't know if anyone waited it out with. I think me and Lou are the only one waiting it out. I think me and old Lou Dog were saying, I know, yeah, but Saline, you're not trading it. Okay, cool, Max, you're in. Or anyone stuck around, they're like, God, it's taking forever. It's taking forever. I was like, all right, well, just keep going. These eyes have, these eyes. Yeah, I know you can't short. That's what I was saying. You can't short. Salin's doing futures. I don't know if anyone else was still around from earlier. That's maybe stuck around and waited. You're fine, Margo. Take half as soon as this goes live. We want to see this go into another halt down. Another halt down is what we want to see. We should see a gap down most likely, I would imagine, after all that selling pressure from 27 to 24. Zendu keeps showing the 21s and 22 here, right at 22. Here, cheering on the shorters. But lock up half as soon as this goes live. We want to see this stay below, really want to see this stay below 23. If it gaps below 23, we want to see it stay below it. And for sure, obviously, 24 and where we halted down at. Since we finally got the halt down. Lay down, Margo. I am working. There's nothing for your reason to get up. You know you're laying down. Everyone else in here is laying down. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Haver's gonna be like, and it's funny too. I guess I got a text her. I'm like, sorry. Like, this play is going crazy. Let's see what we get here. Are we going to go live or not? 10-minute halt. 10-minute halt. 10-minute halt. All right. Waiting on the sideline here. Still just in there, waiting on this play to go live. AIOS, 1951 resumption time. 1950, 1951. These eyes. Mm-hmm. Gotta love when, happy birthday too, like on Facebook. Anyway, this guy's name he goes by Renaissance Don. And you got Tara Lee Cheevers, went to high school with her. But then you've got Renaissance Don. It's his birthday today. Oh, Renaissance Don. What a, just a classic name he has. Renaissance Don. You know, that's a good Arkansan right there. All right, MSTR, quite doing old resistance to support. We did there, but of course we liquid a little bit, came with that nice whole round number of 176. So still staircasing those the key, which is cool. 1, 2, 3, now 4 staircases up we go. Looking a little top heavy, could even M shape right here and come back on down. SPY off of 722, and this is where again I know Saline. I don't know where you jumped in on that long, but this was the long, right? That's why if you went long at 722. I know I think it probably went a little bit lower on NQ, maybe possibly in the end there. Let's see here where that went to. No, it didn't actually overall. Future stayed up higher. Didn't come, so it looks a little opposite of what the SPY does. You know, that's kind of funny because SPY was here than here. Futures is different, but yeah, that was the dip. That was the dip. All right, 19. We got a little bit, 2.5 minutes. 250. Yeah, we still got a little bit. I wish halts were 3 minutes apiece. 3, 6, 9. I don't know. I just wish they weren't. I wish they weren't every 10 minutes or 5 minutes, and then yeah, I wish it was like every 3 minutes. Like it was or even a minute halt. It's halted for a minute. Like that would be cool for me. I'd like that better. So if you got past the 5-minute halt, you know, then we'd go, oh man. Max on Zindu, it's showing 21.9. It keeps going in the mid 21s. Back 22 is the highest I've seen. The lowest I've seen is like 21.50s. Saline, yes, that's why it's just chart for me. Yeah, that's all I'm like. When I see that, so I don't really care about what other people are doing and how they trade or trying to take on some new concept. Like my charting, you know, has gotten so good over the years. It's, you know, I want to get, I'm trying to get better and better and better, right? You know, and so yeah, that's why I try to tell you guys in those one-on-ones. I mean, even here on the live stream, and you are with one of the best charters out there. That's exactly why, you know, Deck paid me to go live all those years, you know, and as much as he did pay me, and the same thing for Tradecaster. Hopefully one day I'll be at the money show and they're asking, you know, I'm just like, this guy just charts. This is crazy. He doesn't do all these extra moving averages and this, that, and the other. He's just like, hey, here's where it's going to go. Okay. This is what the chart says. This is where the volume profile's at, you know. I have one question. Why did you choose that level and not the top of the little consolidate? Just because, and let's see, this may go live in 1 minute. Okay, so going back over to NQ. It's cleaner. So there is this here. So there's going to be this here, and this is where we truly hold. But this area right here, now again, just going back to the SPY, same thing. I just like that old resistance that becomes new support. Now, in the end, we may try to hold the top portion of it too as well. So you can go both areas. You know, big dogs 100% are. They're adding in here. They're adding in here. So same thing back over to the Qs. They're going to add in here, and then they're really going to add in here. So you could do both, you know, once you start trusting this chart, and you can be like those big dogs and sit through 50 points or so and add in more. You know, and those areas don't always get defined like that. That's why I like moving to all-time high, because generally when you move to all-time high, you get those really clean charts. All right, here we go, team. Coming up live soon. Take half as this goes live. Take half right now. Boom. Take half, all right? We want to stay below 24. We want to stay below 24 right here. So let's see if we stay below 24 and can shoot down into another halt down. Here we go. Start to take profit if we see below 22s. Right now, there we go. Take a little profit here. Take a little more profit here. Slowly scaling out of this. There we go. Good move down overall. We want to see this stay below the upper shadow right here of 2360. It's got to stay below this price or I'm going to cut it. All right, I'm cutting it out. All right. Oh, now it's going for a halt up here. Oh, this play is absolutely bananas. Oh, it's going for another halt up. Well, we got in the end, because I got filled right there. Let's see here. I'll have to go look at my best exit. But we got filled right around, I think it was right around 22 that I was seeing on the ask price when it was hitting the 21s. So we got, essentially we got about 2 points out of it. I don't know if anyone else, Max, hopefully you took your profit there. Louis as well. You the man, Josh. I appreciate it, Louis. Appreciate it, Louis. Appreciate it, Louis. Man, gee golly, this play is just nasty. Well, we were right. We got the gap down. It held this halt up area. For half a second, I was going, boy, we about to ball out. Just too much chart here kind of to crack back through at this point. That's, again, why I like the EUDAs of the world. So let's just pull back up real quickly. EUDA here from on Wednesday, right? We'll go back to Wednesday real quickly. When you can go straight up, then you can go straight down. You know, I know we kind of make one rebound, and then, but these can make bigger moves down because they go straight up. There's not consolidation. Of course, you go over here to AIOS, and you get a lot of this consolidation. You know, that's why I wanted this play to go up and then up again. I wanted this to have one more gap up to the 27s. I wish this here would have gapped to 27. And then seeing the sell-off, and then we get at least a clean, you know, then we can get in maybe get in a little, well, anyway, but you get my point. Just too much consolidation. I like when we go straight up and halt up and gap up and halt up and gap up, but this one didn't build that clean chart. It's all good. We can still get movement down on it. AKAN, you're filled, crikey. Well, it's looking like it's going to resume right at this open. I wouldn't give it lower than 65 Ingrid. There you go, Louis. Got a little profit. Hey, we waited and we got profit. That's why I was going at least 500 shares. And like, I wanted to go 700 or 1,000 to really take advantage of it. Man, hey, we'll get a point. Maybe we get a point and a half. And that's, you know, $500 for 500 shares. You know, maybe $1,000 for 1,000 shares. And so, and if it goes for more, we're really going to be able to bank. But, and it may do what it does here. So I may want to take profit right away, so I don't want to go too small because then I don't make much. That's fine, maybe 100, 200 bucks if I go 100, 200 shares. But that's why I went 500, so that way I could really take advantage of how many points we got. And we scaled out. I got out, obviously, half right out of the gate, so 250 shares, right? And then once I was scaling out 50 at a time after that, in the low 22s, every time I saw a new low on the ask, I was scaling out 50. And then as soon as it goes back up above here, I was down to only 150 shares, so all I had to click the trigger was 1, 2, 3. Clicked it 3 times, saw that I was out, and boom, out. So on 150 shares, I lost, give or take 30 cents. And, you know, on a, 300 and 350 shares, I made a point to 2 points almost. So I'll take it. It works. It was worth the wait. Yes, it was. Yeah, I'm out. Thank you for walking me through the trade. Yeah, you're good. So all I'm doing, team, when I'm in these trades is I'm looking at the chart, the stock, the price action, and then this right here. And every time, as soon as it goes live, as soon as I see open price, I just have my mouse right here at sell. Boom. Nail it. And then what I do is okay, let it come up and find an upper shadow. I'm going to give it some room and let it breathe because it could come up and reverse. It does. And so then every new low I saw there on the ask, I was at 50 shares at that point. But 250 popped up. I had enough time to get rid of the 2. Now I'm at 50. And so, boom, out 50. Boom, out 50. So I scaled out, twice there as it was hitting new lows. So, and then when it popped right back on up, I'm like, get out. And this is the key. That right there is the key. If we give back above that on plays like this, it's probably going to halt up again. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to continue to go Banana Joe's, but it's got a higher likelihood. And now we can look for that on the way down. Still yet again, and maybe if this goes higher, maybe we get the boom, bam, boom, but we want to see, what you really want to see is a gap to 26, flies to 28, halts up, gaps to 30, halts up to gaps up to 32, then finally sees that death candle down, halts down at 30. Then we get in knowing that, hey, we're probably going to see a gap down again of probably about 2 points, and we're probably going to see this hit. And this is going to be our main target, which is 3 points, right? And then we go, if we crack that, then we're really can start to move. But the further we move away from this on a straight up move, the better that straight down move becomes for us. And see, here we go live. Let's see, we don't, this is just too much consolidation, really. This needs to squeeze and go for more. There we go. Go. But it's still too choppy, so to speak. Still too choppy. It was definitely worth the wait. And Nath says Deck Harley rarely goes live. Oh yeah, I've noticed that. We've talked about that. And then he's like live on YouTube a lot. He never goes live, but in pre-market essentially. And then at the bell, he's done anymore. Or he trade. I don't know. It seems like that. He's never live an hour after the opening bell. He's never live at lunch, or he's never live in power hour. He's very. I think he's. Here, it's a sad story where it kind of reminds me of a place nearby. I've talked about it called the Mean Pig Barbecue, where it was on, you can look it up. It was on Man vs. Food. I worked there. I loved it. And they grew it from trailer. They had essentially before food trucks for food trucks, they had 3 trailers. One was their wood smoker. And then anyway, they had 2 or 3, I say trailers, but one was maybe it was 2 smokers in the trailer. But they had the one that they served out of, right? But it was literally, truly that back in the day. Where you'd walk up, you walk up, but you go over and park your car, and this kind of dirt. It was kind of like gravel, right, and then dirt or whatever. One of those cool little places, in a small town, right off the interstate. And then Dad always talked about them on the radio, and then they went to booming and doing so good, and they got to open a restaurant right across the street, bought land, opened up a brick and mortar. Go dine-in restaurant, got the drive-through going in COVID, which actually was also then even more banger. So this is point being, this is back in 2000 when they opened up the brick and mortar. Well, sales were kind of going down right before COVID, but they opened up the drive-through for COVID, and then sales go right back on up. Well, finally, Buddy, the owner that I worked for the longest, he's going to retire. He's getting, he's done great. Restaurant's done good. He's going to hand it off to his son. Well, and his son always was there and worked there, but then when he finally owns the joint, he doesn't really put in the time and the effort that his dad did, and the place really has kind of gone down. Not that I think the food quality is still there for the most part, but just the overall service and this busyness too, it's just not busy anymore. So I feel real bad. But then it reminds me of Deck, where Deck grew and tried to get going and got going, and now it's he's just trying. Oh, and point being, Buddy's son, they're selling the joint. There's a for sale sign out front. He's selling it. He's done with it. I think if I've heard from my parents that, if I'm not mistaken, he's moved to a different state the son has, and he's hardly obviously ever there. Which Chad, I went to high school with Chad. We worked together. I worked with Chad for all the years I worked there I think I worked there for 2 years. But anyway, it's just sad, boom. And that's what Deck's trying to do. I think Deck's getting lazy and trying to sell the joint. I think he's trying to say, I don't know how you sell Tradecaster, to be honest. I guess someone could then, who likes to stream live could use the likelihood and the ability that's already built into stream live. I don't know. So I don't know how and what he's doing there. I really don't, but it is kind of sad to see, essentially. I hope everyone banked had a hard stop at 11 a.m. so could not focus. Oh, gotcha. Good. You're good. You're good. Well, we got the one good trade that we wanted there. You know, we got the one we got the one we wanted, which was a decent gap down for the first big halt down on the move up. So we did get overall, we'll just say generally right about 2 points at max, which is good. Speaking of max, right? So you guys got about a point, maybe up to 2. That's sexy sauce on a Friday. We waited for it. We had patience. You could see how we set back and didn't have to worry about other trades. Just kind of waiting for your train to come, waiting for your plane. You're at the airport. You're just waiting for, you know, your departure time to get on the plane. Wasn't a long flight, unfortunately. I was hoping we would run right here, boom. And you could tell there for a minute because this is where it closed. I know, boom, open, close. But when we started coming down here through it, I really thought we were maybe going to go into another halt down. Unfortunately, did not. It's all good. This is the one that hurts the heart the most today is Q. Because I go back now and I said, let's look for a bounce sign. I should have put an order in down low in the low 26s. And now this play has run $6 from 26.20 to 32.20. So Q hurts the worst today for me because I would probably still be in this and scaling out, like, you know, where I'm scaling out slowly but sure, like one share at a time. So that Q ball hurts the worst today, in my opinion. We finally got AIOS. You know, we waited patiently for it. Should have gotten Q ball too, you know. Should have gotten Q ball too. Any last questions? Daza Good, Max, Louie, Miss Aussie Chick, Saline, Nath. Any questions you guys have? I've got to leave now. I have a one-on-one. It's my time to depart. Yeah, well, good. It was a good Friday. You know, it's funny I said that. It was a good Friday, though. You know, it was great. Good. Hopefully you guys made green and profited today. I did everything I could to sit back and wait for a trade and get my one trade in on a Friday. I think we did that. Tuesday. Yeah, we're gonna take Monday off. I'll see. I'm around for the rest of the day. I'm not going anywhere. I still have my lunch recap I've got to do on TTP. I'll be back for Power Hour commentary with you guys. Yeah, I mean, hey, if AIOS continues to go barn burner, but what's funny, we come back on a Monday and then there's like nothing on a Monday, and I'm like, God, son of a, why did I wake up? I should have just slept in, got an extra day of sleep. And I can do that any day, you know, as long as I let you guys know ahead of time, like, hey, I'm just going to take tomorrow off. I just want to let you guys know I want to just relax for the morning and sleep in, even the night before. Green today, yeah, good. Gonna rewind and study, learn the trade you did. Yes, good here. Thank you for the low. Essentially, Daza, this is just like, and almost in the same price level, brother, that trade that we took in that one-on-one. Remember in the one-on-one that we took? That short where it kept going up and we were waiting for that first halt down and then we'd get a gap down. And then and of course we took profit and then it went back up and halted up. And thank God, and of course we were smart. This is almost that exact same chart. Yes, this is like the exact same thing. So it's the same trade. Let it move itself up. Wait for that first good sell-off and wait for it to halt down and get a gap down. And then maybe continuation. We didn't get continuation from it. It's exact same trade that we took. It's the same analogy, same theory. And we banked. We banked again. It was easy money. Free money. All right, guys, I'll see you guys back right before the lunch recap that I do over on TTP. And, of course, I'll put the stream out the link for the stream out for you guys then.